What's up, gamers? I don't even think anyone's watching yet. There's no one in. No one got first, so I don't think anyone's watching yet, unless my chat's bugged. I don't know. I don't think it is. But this is the Freezeria stream. I'm playing Papa's Freezeria Deluxe. I haven't opened the game yet. I'm fucking moron. Hold on, I'm opening it. We're playing the game. We're playing the game. Guys, we're playing this fucking game. Oh. It is loud. Oh, it's loud. Turn you the fuck down. That's... Hold on. Is that good? I'll let it do that. Yeah, that seems good. Alright, I'm turning off the Pokemon music. Can't be here as I already have plans, so I hope it goes well. You have fun doing whatever you have plans. I'm working at Dairy Queen. Alright. Oh shit. I forgot. Hold on. I forgot to... I closed out a PNG tuber because it was being glitchy, but I never put it back. Let me open this shit up. Alright. Is it still being buggy? It is. I don't know what's wrong with it. Most likely to be ended. I usually stream for like 3 hours, so. I don't know why. My mouth is just permanently stuck open on the PNG tuber. So, I'm not sure why that is. Oh. Okay. I fixed it. Everything's fine. We're back. We're fine. Okay. I fixed it. Some of the levels are wrong. Alright. About 3 to 4 hours? Okay. You have fun. Alright. That's good enough, yeah. I know my whole setup is extremely quiet, but I can't really fix that. Alright. Full screen up. Oh, no, definitely not. Alright. I could do... That's Jumbo? It doesn't even fit my... Okay. Weird. Okay, whatever. Alright. Be open, just muted, hell yeah. You can get first, by the way. I don't think anyone got that. Stupid fucking OBS. Actually, why is... PNG Tuber takes up a lot of resources. Why does it take up so much of my CPU? That's so stupid. It's taking up like 10%. Just for the stupid fucking pigeon. Just gotta put the screenshot of a pigeon. Okay, I'm going in slot 1. Obviously I have to create custom. Okay. The lanky ass neck, it looks disgusting. It's perfect. Ooh. Okay. Oh, I can add some freckles. Oh, there's a lot. Oh, I can be old. I can be blushing. Oh, there's a lot of hair. Oh, there's like a lot of hair. There's like too much hair actually. Hold on. How do I even decide which one? I could just be I could just be bald. Hold on. What if I facial hair? I'll add a shadow to it. I'm gonna become the moon, I think. Can I be... Okay, what's the whitest I can be? That. Hair. I don't have any. I mean, it's a pretty aggressive shadow. It's like the dark side of the moon. I don't know why I'm doing this. This is stupid. Smallest mouth. It's pretty small. Yeah, that's the smallest. Shrink it down. Put it up like that. It's the smallest. I like this one. Like, he's beautiful. Alright. Obviously no eyebrows. Eyebrows completely negate the... Oh my god, hold on. Never mind, I can add... Okay, perfect. Glasses. None. I'm just gonna call him, Roberti. Sure. I'm gonna get my new computer soon, and I will switch. I will swap my setup around. There will be less of... There will be less of that. And the microphone should be louder, because it'll be closer to my mouth with the new setup. So, I hope that all the stupid audio gets fixed. Also, I have not played any of these games in so fucking long. And I know this is somewhat different. Stress-free work, great wages, and lots of tips. Workers are responsible for all shop upgrades. The chair squeaking is still gonna be the same, though. I'm not getting a new chair. They're expensive, and I'm just... This chair is older than me by quite a bit. And it is falling apart. Wait, what is the boat? I don't remember the boat. SS Louis. Look at all the boaters. Ah! Am I working in, like, fucking Panama or something? Look at him go. He's so joyous. I have to take care of this whole place by myself, man. Alright, I have not played one of these games in fucking forever. Alright. Let's get started with training. Take order. Medium, blend, strawberry. Okay, I'm already lost. Okay, I'm already lost. What's going on? I'm scared. Holy shit. Is the noise not gonna play? There it goes. Every time.
Superbadug just resubscribed for 14 months. Don't forget to decorate your place with stuff based on the current holiday, it makes a big difference.
I'm not sure. Like get like pumpkins and shit. I'm not planning on doing a face. Oh, I should add like seasonal stuff to the pigeon. Hold on, what holiday? Easter is coming up? I'll make him wear like a Jesus, like a cross necklace. Oh, in the game. Okay. I don't know why I thought my setup in real life. Right. I haven't played this game in like fucking forever. So, I don't know. I never really played Freezeria. Watch the meter on the ice cream machine. Wait till it's centered. Holy fuck. Okay. Strawberries. Okay. Oops. Whatever. And then, okay, that's the syrup. Yep, I'm not... Okay. I forgot that this game could even do that. I have not played in so long. Is it not... The stream isn't showing my, I don't think my stream is showing my cursor. I don't know how to make it do that. Because it's a full screen game. That was good, though. Alright, mixer... Oh, why did it go in that one? And they want it half mixed? Okay. Okay. There's so many noises. The reason why I assumed that you were talking about real life is because I was talking about my stream setup right before you showed up. Okay. Perfect. And then chocolate topping. Beautiful. Shakers. Oh. Wait, what? Is that the... I know that noise. I don't think these shake... That's the noise. Okay. Wait, who the fuck is this? Who is that? Alright. 3 cherries. Beautiful. You put it there. 5 stars. Perfect. I'm the greatest. 460. Oh my god. Alright. I don't want to try this order on my own. I don't like this guy. I don't... Oh yeah. I'm supposed to be the moon. I think. I'm supposed to be paying attention. Okay. Actually, I don't really need to pay attention. Oops. Whatever. Okay. That was great. That was also great. Look at him game. Mixing. Ding, 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 ding. Okay. Chocolate. Chocolate. This is way too chocolatey. A shaker? No, no shakers. Creamio, cherry, creamio. Holy fuck. I'm the greatest. Oh my god. First day. I feel accomplished. 97, dude. That's such a big deal. I didn't even level up. I don't even care. I forgot about the game shows. Okay. Hit 10 baddies? What do you... Oh, right. Bad guys. Fuck. Okay. Should I use up all my tickets now? Yes. Because I feel like it. Fuck. Fuck, I'm not very good at this. Fuck. Wait, I still won though, because it said hit 11. Okay, thank God. Okay. That was huge. Fuck, I choked on air. Okay. Clothes. Can I, like, take my clothes off? Is that a thing? Probably not. I can take my hat off. Can I take my shoes off? Parade? I don't know what that is. Stickers! Oh, cool. They're like little achievements. Neat. You're gonna decorate your lobby. I'll put this over here. Oh, and I can dye. Oh. Perfect. Very much not clashing colors. Poster. Perfect. It's beautiful. It's so furnished. New customer, Utah. Pink lemonade syrup? That's a thing? Sugar plum topping. Wow. Holy shit. Look how excited that guy is. Alright. What do you fucking want? Medium. Thingy. Strawberry. Thingy. 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 Thingy and thingies. More thingies. Perfect. Cup. That was great, because I'm great. Holy shit. Holy shit. Ew, it looks gross. Anyone... Where's the gamer? I want the gamer back. Ow. Wait, there's a gamer. Take order. I really hope I don't miss that. Okay. Oh, I've got so much time. Shit. No. Awesome! Do I have to be watching it for it to go, or is it just going that slow? Probably just going that slow. Oh my god, I keep getting awesomes. Anyone left? Okay, no. Can I make one for myself to take home? You should change color as soon as it goes past, right? Yes. Alright. What is this one? Okay. Sugar plum. And 3 cherries. I think that's everything. There's a little dribble on the side, but that's fine. Oh, dude, if I didn't have the dribble, that would have been perfect. Damn. Oh, and perfect timing. Okay. Is there another person? Yes. Blend. Okay. Very blueberry. Let me just do this order first. You. And No, but coconut sprinkle. And one... Does that literally mean on the left side, like that? I think so. Dude. What? How is that not at 100? Okay, whatever. Oh. This customer is a closer. Closers are very picky about their food. Alright. Alright, blueberry. And ice cream. And this one. That was great. I don't know what makes that great and not awesome, but okay. Birthday cake. That was awesome. And then banana. That was also awesome. And they're both mid. Okay. I don't like how clicking out completely pauses the game. I don't think there's anyone left, so I'm just gonna have to wait for this. It's a banger-ass song. I feel like it's still too loud, but I don't... That seems... That's better. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep it. Alright. Oh. Is that correct? Yeah, because it's the white, so... Alright. This? I'm just gonna sit here for this. Alright, and now I need no that, but peanut. Alright. And then bucket of sand. Yes, sand. Yum. And then for toppings, banana, cherry, banana. Wait. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Oh, I'm so stupid. Oh, I got them mixed up. Oh, I got them mixed up. Wait, why is it... Okay, so... I figured... I wasn't paying attention. I figured if you put it on, it would keep the first one you put in, but it puts the second one in. Wait, no, I'm stupid. Wait. Oh. When I put it in, it automatically swapped the receipts. I think. Wait, so this is the... Oh. Oh, I screwed it all up. Oh, I screwed it all up. This is fine. This is fine. I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna do this part, like how they say. And I'm just gonna live my life. I'm just gonna move on. I don't even care. I screwed it up so bad, man. Yeah, I know. It's completely different than what you wanted. I get it. They gave me way too much tip. But I respect that. That sucked. That was bad. How is that a 90? Okay, whatever. I ranked up. Lemonade lover. I don't even know what that means. Is that an insult or what? I'm gonna skip. I don't think it's a holiday. I don't even know how to check that. Where is my calendar? Oh, okay. Wait, what was that? Starlight Jubilee. Oh, I haven't seen their B styles yet, I see. Okay. Can I rename them? No. I thought that would have been funny. I don't know what the parade does. I want to see. I'm assuming it's just all the people that have ordered. Oh, look at me. That's my float. That's the guy, that's the closer. That's the, okay. And then that's, I think that's the B style. The wings, I don't have wings. Does the parade even do anything? I don't know. Oh yeah, also ad break. Donut. Okay, that was it? Okay, I don't really care. Let me move that over here. Yeah. Shop. I can spend my money. Auto ice cream. Automatically pours perfect amount. For customers will order today's special. Doorbell. I need a doorbell. Blender boosters. Customer coupons. Regular alarms. Okay. Okay, that's all I wanted. I wanted that. No holiday yet. Okay, I see. Nick. Maui Mandarin. It's not. It's meringue. I don't know why I said Mandarin. What does that say on their phone? Papa? Yeah, it says Papa. That's funny. Look at him go. Wowie. This time I'm not gonna fuck it up. This time I will pay attention. Oh, never mind. I already fucked it up. Okay. 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 And there should be a doorbell, right? Because I bought that? Or did I? Okay. I didn't know if I had to install it or not. What do you want? Alright. Okay. Very simple order. I appreciate simple orders. Okay. That was not awesome. Why is it saying awesome? Well, okay. You can't get it exactly in the middle or else it's not awesome, I guess. Noises. There's another guy. Hold on, you're gonna have to wait for a second. Alright, now what do you want? Special recipe. They will be tougher when grading their order, but you can learn a new recipe to serve. Cool. Okay, these are a lot slower. Okay. This is very complicated, so I should be careful. Ew, why is it that color? Okay. Okay. I think I just did an oopsie last time. Okay. And now these. And now this, this, this. Hell yes. Perfect. Alright. Let me put this in. And now take my order. Okay, you can fucking wait. Okay, little dribble, that's fine. I won't get perfect. Cherry and cherry. Very simple order. Hell yeah, okay. And now 3. Put the chocolate on. Chocolate time. And now frosting time. Or whatever. Syrup time. Creamio. This. And this. Awesome. Banana butter. Cool. Take order. Okay, let me do this one first. Okay. Awesome. And then awesome. Now this one, number 5. Then strawberry. And then lemonade. Now we flipping wait. I love flipping waiting. Waiting, am I right? It's so enjoyable. La 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 la. Okay. You want this? You want this? And then, hold on. And then you want this. So close to perfect. That's fine. Alright, and now you. The white stuff. Oops, oops. Fine. I'm totally not concerned. I'm really not. This is so such a low stakes game. You there, you there, and you there. Good enough. Good enough. They'll be fine. See. $4.70. Huge. And I got all 3 tickets this time, because last time I was a moron. 99. Oh, I'm the greatest. Moai Master. Maui Master, whatever. Do I play? Yeah. I'm going so fast. Oh, I'm going so fast. Huge. Side stripe pants. Bing, bing, boom, 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 boom. Okay, I'm stuck, by the way. Shit. We're fine. We're actually so fast. Oh, we're actually so fast. Creamy Yo poster. I'm gonna keep playing. I like this one. Oh, I cannot. Dude, they keep sandwiching me. Dude, they're running me off the fucking road. What am I supposed to do? Dude. Oh my god. What the fuck am I supposed to do here? Dude, they're fucking This is so fucked. What was I that was pure luck. Pure luck, I tell you. Pure luck. And I was unlucky. Choose to serve a new special. Set as today's special. Sure. Oh. 0.5 more tips. I see, I see. This must just be... Oh no, I'm just unlocking new achievements, and that's what it's telling me. Okay. New poster. I mean, there, of course. Alright. New clothes. Sure. Edna, marshmallows, mint syrup. Insane. Who the hell is that puppeteer? Hello, Edna. Hello, Edna. Oh, I should have... Okay. Oh, you can pause. Good. Wait, can I buy stuff while I'm paused? Can I enter the shop? No. Why is he doing that? Why is he doing that? Play story scenes. That's freaking wicked. No, I don't want to quit. Back. Blend marshmallow mint. That sounds... Dude. This sounds nasty. No. No. Ew, dude. This is gonna look so gross. Who the fuck is this guy? I don't like the look on this guy's face. Oh! Oh! Okay. Okay, dude. Okay. No. I'm not settling for good. So it's the banana butter. So it's peanut butter and banana. Dude. Hold on, I don't think I can take your order. I need to wait for this. Alright, now what do you want? Alright. Okay. I will do this order. Get some of that white stuff. Get some of that black stuff. Get some of that coconut stuff. Get some of that cherry. Gamer. Oh, that was fuck. Oh, I'm already fucking stuff up. Cookie. I don't remember me having cookie. Okay. Blueberry. Good enough. Fucking whatever. I don't even care. And then 4. I need to get... No. Alright. And now... this. With this. And it's with peanut. Peanut sprinkle. And it's with 3 bananas on top. Yeah, I fucked up that part. That's fine. Alright. Oh. Grammy. Oh, stop talking. Okay. This is 3. That was good. And now... a little dollop there. Alright. Now... I'm gonna put in this order. How was that? Okay, whatever. And now I need peanut sprinkle. And I need cookie. This side and banana. Hell yeah. It's only this person waiting. Their order is very complicated though. What the hell is all this? It pauses every time, that's hilarious. Annoying, but hilarious. Okay. now coconut sprinkle. And now rainbow sprinkle. And now gross eggplant. Cherry, gross eggplant. $97. Huge. Oh my god, I'm a marshmallow pro. Breakfast blast. Here, I want to see what it is. Oh my god. This seems really hard. Fuck. This seems really hard. Ding, 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 ding. I got a fucking hat that I'm not gonna wear because I'm bald. Fuck. Okay, I missed one. Double shot. Nutty butter poster. Let's keep fucking going. Why did it take so long? That made me nervous. Fingerless gloves. I'm just gonna use all my tickets. Fuck. Oh shit. I might be screwed here. Oh, okay. We're good. I got a Sarge jacket. Cool. Clothes. Jacket. Nice. Hats that I'm not gonna wear. Gloves. Shop. Alarm. For when it's regular shit. Okay. It's 90 and I'm at 89. Can you edit the color of these, or what? Because they're all, like, the same color. Can you edit the color of your clothes? No? Then why is everything in the shop the exact same color? Whatever. Would it be beneficial to put these, like, here? Okay. I don't think there's anything for me to do. Call to place orders. We'll need to hire a driver to deliver the food. Oh, I have to make a new driver. Okay, I'm just gonna make them really short and really thin, really this and really that. I'm gonna have nothing, and I'm gonna have no hair. With this, I'm gonna make him like an old man. With this. No. No, no, no. With this. Beautiful. And then hair color. Bright. Perfect. Perfect. Just looks fucking clueless. Wait, I can dye the eyebrows? Oh, no, 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 that's the eyeshadow. Okay. With... Do they have round glass? They don't have round glasses. That's what I want. Little fucking circle glasses. That's good enough. He's beautiful. His name is gonna be... Holy shit. I hired Compy. New Nevada customer. Luau. Strawberry wafer. Yay. Ring ring. That's what the that's what the noise that the phone make. I've almost... Holy shit, I've been going for almost an hour. Man, that's really funny, actually. Alright, alright, alright. No one's claimed first, so... I'll keep it until an hour. Oh no, it's an hour already. Let me do it. No. I'm just joking. Gosh. Okay. Ads, by the way. I'm really proud of that stupid fucking emote and channel point icon. The fucking ads get boned. Cause obviously it's Raid Shadow Legends. Alright. No more of that when I get the new computer. Okay. Nevada. I don't think anyone... I think everyone in chat right now is lurking. I don't think there's a single person in chat. Why can't I... Oh yeah, I already took their order. I'm so dumb. I don't think there's a single person watching that isn't lurking. Ring, ring, ring. What do you want? Take order. Whoa. Take orders from customers who call on the phone. They also deliver the food. Crazy. Okay. I didn't even finish with theirs. Awesome. Awesome. Mixer. And then you. Good. Whatever. Strawberry, and then chocolate. Put you in. 1, 2. Okay. Look at them scroll. Oh, I can't click to see what they're doing at the in their oh, in the comfort of their own home. I can't spy on them. All right. Take order. What? Dude, Edna's fucking gaming. Ad break. I can do this. Marshmallow. And mint. 3. Now 1. Okay. You. And you. And you. And sprinkle. Sand. And you. Ship it. I gotta fucking pick up that goddamn phone. Take order. Banana butter. Fuck! Okay. It's fine, everything's fine. Hold on, that guy can wait. 2. White cream. And now blueberry. This looks fucking good, actually. It's the most basic one so far, and yet it probably looks the best. I don't think these deliveries were a thing in the original. There's a lot of stuff in this that was not in the original. Let me get the banana butter started. I don't like the clock on their chest. That makes me worried. Okay. Let me do the banana butter order, which is... cancel. That is butter and... that is peanut and banana. Peanut... banana. Oh, the cops are coming after me. Holy shit. Okay, that's 4. Then 5. I need to get up. Nope. I need to get 5 up with marshmallow. Fuck, no. Shit. That, whatever. Marshmallow. Chocolate. Okay, and now 3, I do you. Uh-oh. I spilled it all over. Chocolate syrup. Coconut. And 1 cherry. Send it. Yeah, the little spills made it 99. Okay, this one's ready to go. It is you. Paired with chocolate. Paired with peanut. With 3 bananas. Huge. And extra tips. Alright, and now... That was good. Now, peanut. And a single cherry. Look at that. I'm the best. Holy fuck. Look at my two little guys. 99. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Is my pigeon still working? I think my pigeon's still working. Yeah, my pigeon's still working, I think. Wait. It's super delayed again. I don't know why it gets delayed like that. It's really weird. Oops. I always forget you cannot minimize it. Okay. I'm still a Marshmallow Pro, but I have enough money. I don't want to do this, actually. Skip. I have enough money. I need regular alarm purchase. This will make things a lot easier. And now, back. Food truck free play? I don't know what that means. Send your driver out in a food truck between work days to make any food you choose. What? Customers? Oh, okay, I just mixed. Oh, this is free play. Okay, I'm gonna make the world's chocolatiest chocolate. Oh, okay. This is cool. Yeah, I know, this is so peak. I'm doing free play right now. I didn't even know this was a thing. Regular free. Okay. I'm just making the chocolatiest chocolate that I can possibly chocolate. With everything chocolate on it that I can put. Is Creamos or cookies? I'm gonna put 2 Creamos and a cookie. Who wants it? Holy shit. Wait, I can get tickets from this. That's actually really cool that I can get tickets. You won't earn any points, but you can experience. You can experiment. Cool. This is the Steam game. This is Deluxe. Papaspheria Deluxe. And it's freaking peak, dude. Okay. Awesome food truck. I did one, and that was it. I just wanted to see what it was. I haven't played the original game in, like, forever. Honestly didn't really like it that much. But this is fun. I'm having a good time. I got new clothes. I got glasses. I don't want that, actually. This is my character. His name is Roberti. I was trying to make the moon. Oh, I didn't mean to click that. I tried to make the moon, and I failed. But he's just like a bald guy with a bunch of dimples. Sorry, I zoned out for a second. Okay, I'm back. He does look... Okay. I think that's because of the Sarge jacket. Oh my god, he does look homeless. That's really fucking funny. Well, I just threw on everything it gave me. Take order. Wally. Wow, this guy's got a letter. Oh wait, this is one of the people that give me a recipe. Okay. Right now I have the, banana butter recipe. Okay. No. Fuck you. Okay, cool. I'm gonna get an alert whenever that happens. Some days your dining room will be open and your driver will take orders from customers who are dining. I don't know what that means, but okay. Birthday cake. Alright. Look at his shiny little letter. It's freaking awesome. I don't know why it doesn't show you the cursor. I gesture with the cursor all the time. It probably looks weird without the cursor. Look at him. I hate this guy. Oh. Okay. I like this guy. It's simple and easy. Okay. That alarm is gonna help me so fucking much. I don't have to worry anymore. And now, plum as well. Fancy. Okay. A single cherry. And then take this out. And then submit order. Makes what look like a mobile game. Get a 100% mix score on 20 orders. On the god. Okay, I need to start making the banana butter order. Mix. Oh, not having the cursor, right? I think this is on mobile. Yeah, without the mouse. I'm kind of slow sometimes. Oh, you have to reset the order every time. Okay, whatever. Uh-huh. 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 Okay. I need to do this. With coconut and cherry. Mitch. Oh, dude. Get 100% waiting score on 20% on 20 orders. Okay. This guy looks like a jackass. Okay. This is the banana butter. I still haven't done 4, so I'm gonna put 4 and 5 on. Nope. I think that's copyrighted. I have to probably change it, because I stream around the time that alarm goes off. It's my alarm for taking my meds. It goes off at 10. Okay, and then 5. Birthday cake. And chocolate. And now you, I think it's normal frosting with chocolate syrup. And then peanut sprinkle with 3 bananas? Yes. Nope. That was close. I almost fucked that all up. Hell yeah. New sticker unlocked. Earned 3 special stars when serving today's special. Right. I forgot to reset the alarm. chocolate with white. Yeah, I know. And then peanut. And then a single cherry on the right. Syringe. Also, you can claim first. I don't think anyone's claimed first. Now 5. Is there any other orders? No. Okay. Chocolate. 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 Very chocolatey. And then a cherry in the middle. Yay! Ah, so close to perfect. I don't know how that isn't perfect. Look at that shit. All my guys look so gross, by the way. Look at them. Look at my guys. 99, of course. Okay, what am I doing? Wafer Wrangler? No way. I want enough tickets to get the big ones. Okay, it's not a holiday. My payday is today. I get paid. Holy shit. I don't really need that. I'm assuming the M stands for like all day or something. J, F, M. H is obviously Halloween, Xmas, Pride? I don't know. Valentine's Day, St. Patrick's Day, Easter. B is like carnival, like I don't know. I have no idea what some of these holidays are, but I know it tells me some of the holidays here. Maple Mornings is the M. Thanksgiving is the T. Was there a T? I don't remember. Christmas. Portolini Feast. Okay. Valentine's Day, Halloween. Starlight Jubilee is probably the rainbow one. Big Top Carnival. Volcano Gala. Oh, it's showing the symbols. J. Oh, J is that, okay. F is the Portolini Feast. Thanksgiving is the T. M is Maple Mornings. J, Starlight Jubilee, Easter, Volcano Gala. Okay. Oh, I got a new Coconut Cremo. +2 tickets. So every time I do this order, I get +2 tickets. This is 1.5 times tips, which is pretty good, but I'm gonna do... This seems alright as well. This seems easier to remember. But maybe not. Okay. And then stickers that I don't care about. Do I have any of this? No, because I didn't do the... Okay. Did I lose? Who unfollowed me? I've lost a follower. That's really funny, actually. Who unfollowed me? Or maybe they got banned? I don't know. They just got wiped off the face of the earth. Kingsley, Large Cup, S'mores. I'm scared. The Large Cup scares me. It's been an hour and a half and no one's claimed first. That's really funny. Kingsley. This guy looks boss, dude. Holy shit. Okay. Do I have to, like... Yeah, okay. I have to pick the button. So large. Nope. Large. In smaller cup. Or this more. And then, ice cream. And then case in. And set alarms for all of these. Take order. I relaxed for 1 second. Wow. 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 Whoa. Wow. Ice cream, or, birthday cake. Moon. I'm just squirting moon juice all over. Okay. Someone bought this game for me specifically because I said I'd draw their OC and I haven't yet. I should probably get on that. There's a customer. I can't order, buddy. I can't take your order. Hold on. Let me put this in first, and then I'll take the order, and then I'll do that, and then the thing, and then... Oh, okay, never mind. Let me just do this. Big cream, big cream, big cream. Now peanut. And chocolate. And cherry. And cookie. That looks good. Before I do that, I don't wanna... And then... Oh no, there's a single crumb on the fucking floor. Get a 100% build score on 20 orders. Okay. I'm gonna start on the chocolate cremo. I think the chocolate cremo is medium. It's cremo. Cremo, cremo, cremo. Cremo. Order. I don't really care, Utah. Let me just continue this. Chocolate. Put that on the blend. Do number 2 with this. And then put the alarm back, 'cause no shit. And now I need coconut sprinkle. And now I need a single cherry. Wow. I'm not gonna get 20 orders on toppings, am I? I think I've only gotten like 2 perfect on toppings. Okay, and now you... A large... with strawberry. And lemonade. And I'm not gonna take the order because I need to wait for this. As soon as this goes, I'm gonna take that order. Okay, do that, take the order. Xandra. Cool. Simple order. I like simple orders. Creamio is chocolate. Or white. No, vanilla, maybe. I don't know. White. And then... chocolate sprinkle. And then 3 creamios. I kind of screwed up the placements, but that's fine. Chocolate creamio. Hell yeah. Plus 2 tickets. Yeah, I get it. And now I need to do 5. Which is this. With strawberry and banana. And put that in. And now number 4. I do vanilla or white. I'm just gonna call them colors. And then plum. And then three cherries. One on side, one on top, and one on side. Huge. 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 Actually huge. I love money. Okay. And then I'm just waiting on this person's. Would they really be... Would they be mad if I gave them a large instead of a medium? No, I don't think so. They'd actually be happy if I did. But this game's dumb. Maybe they would be happy if I gave them a large instead. I don't know. Probably not. I asked for a medium. Can I get a refund? Like... What do you mean? Okay, blue. Fucking... bright ass neon blue with cookie, cherry cookie. Wow. Wow. Oh yeah, I switched to VOD as my browser for streaming, and it is so much better. Oh my god. It takes up like a fourth of the processing power. I have 223. That's not even enough for the thing that I wanted to buy. Okay. I have 11 tickets. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. 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 Today is not a holiday. And there isn't a holiday in the schedule. Can I even see ahead of the next week? No, I cannot. I wanted auto ice cream, but I could buy these. Do I want that though? Kind of, but not really. I kind of want that because I want tickets. I'm gonna save money. I'm gonna save my money. Honestly, I'm getting kind of bored of this because it is very similar every time. Actually, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna go make a sandwich. I'll be right back. Or I'll be back after I make a sandwich. Let me just put on block music for you. Is this too loud? No, it's fine. You guys have fun with block. I gotta go make a sandwich. I'm getting kinda hungry. That is the wrong button. Oh, I'm gonna make a sandwich, and I'm coming back. You have fun with block. I was playing Freezeria, but I'll be back soon. It won't be that long. I'm back. I have a sandwich and I'm out of breath. I shouldn't have been eating the sandwich as I was running really fast upstairs. It's a good ass sandwich though, I don't mind. I'm just gonna sit here eating my sandwich for a second. Block, am I right? I make this sandwich. I eat like 2 of these sandwiches at least every day. It's a slice of Colby Jack, right? It's a slice of Colby Jack cheese, 3 slices of honey ham, ketchup, and mayonnaise. And it's so yeah, and the bread is honey wheat bread. It's so fucking good. This is like, I could subsist off of these alone. I don't have to eat anything else but these. They're very, very yummy. But I was feeling a little peckish, so I made 1. Usually I make 2, and that's just my whole meal. It's just these 2 sandwiches. They're very filling. Yummy. I hope you guys are enjoying Plock. I will play Plock. I'm going to play Plock on stream in the next couple streams. I was really hoping that Plock would win that, I put a poll in my Discord saying what game should I play next stream. I was really hoping Plock won because I really want to play Plock. Papa's Pizzeria won, so I'm doing that. I wanted to play all 4 on stream, but I just really wanted to play, I wanted to play this game. I want to play Plock. Because I put Nubbies, Slime Rancher, Plock, and Papa's Pizzeria. It is a fire-ass sandwich. I think your delay might be kind of fucking crazy, because I just got that message. It is fire. Honestly, I put a lot of ketchup and a lot of mayo on it, and like a lot of ham, and then the cheese is cheese is really strong. You don't need that much. I probably put too much condiments on it, but they're really good. I had Culver's, because you voted for Slime Rancher. You were the only one that voted for Slime Rancher. I had Culver's. I live in the Midwest. And we had to drive near the coast of Lake Michigan for a doctor's appointment. And I don't eat Culver's. I think I've only had Culver's like 2 or 3 times in my life, and I got to have it again. Oh my god, it's so goddamn fucking good. Holy shit. It's so good. Their fucking concrete mixers are some of the best. And I had a sourdough melt that was just like a big slab of beef patty with 2 sourdough slices with like a shit ton of onions and bacon and patty. And I would never really eat it outside of, if I saw it on a menu, I wouldn't really pick it. But I picked it because it's Culver's and everything there is good. Dude, everything there is good. Oh my god. I don't think there's a single bad item on that menu. Like, I would never order that sandwich. I ordered it because I like sourdough and it didn't show an image. But it was so good. And then cheese curds, super fresh. Of course, always really good. That's like their whole thing. But they also have pretzel bites, and those are extremely good as well. And then their concrete mixers are like some of the best food. They're so good. I was tempted to name the stream Local Pigeon Works at Culver's, because I had concrete mixers on my mind, but then I remembered that Culver's is like very Midwest thing, and no one outside of here has Culver's. So I switched it to Dairy Queen. You could eat the menu, but that might not be great. I mean, I would, depending. If it's like actual paper, if it's not like laminated or anything, I probably would. Also, no more Plock. Hold on, I have mucus in my throat. Hold on. I think I got it. Alright. It's time. We're gaming. I didn't read their name. Whatever. Wow. That's so freaking cool. L. Auto captions? I forget that auto captions are a thing. Wait, hold on. Why is it showing my cursor now? It wasn't showing my cursor before, but now it is. I think it's because you showed up that it started showing my cursor. That's really weird. Oops. Alright. Medium. Fuck. I'm fucking it up now. I'm washed. Oh, dude, I'm washed. Okay. It was a sandwich. The sandwich fucked me over. Yeah, I have to lock in. Take order. What do you want, Kingsley? Dude. This is so boss. Okay. Kingsley order. Large. No. Large. No. Large. So washed, dude. And then s'mores. And then that, the squirt. And then you order. Uh-huh. 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 Cool. Large. S'more. Strawberry. Calm down, calm down. Right, and now this is number 1. So I do chocolate and chocolate and peanut and chocolate and then Cremo, ice cone, Cremo. Shit, that was the worst time for that to go off. I don't care, man. I don't fucking hell. I don't care. Chocolate Cremo, okay. I'm gonna do that. Chocolate Cremo is medium. Nope. Alright. Let me just put this order in. Or let me just start mixing this. And then Cremo. And then chocolate. And then get this mixing. And then 2. I need white. And then peanut. And then chocolate. And then strawberry middle, cookie right. Submit order. Oh yeah, because it took me a while to get it. Right. This guy seems like a douche. Okay. Order something new. Food critic? Oh god. Okay. So 3. Plum. And now rainbow. And cone, cherry, cone. This is my magnum opus. In the car for a bit, I shall return. You have fun. This is my magnum opus, right there. Right there's my magnum opus. Alright, now I need to put the food critics order, medium. That. With that. Put that in. Put the timer. Chocolate Cremio. It's chocolate. And then white. And then peanut. Shit, it's not peanut. Fuck. I hope that guy doesn't have a peanut allergy. Okay. So it's chocolate, white, chocolate with 3. Okay. Chocolate, white, chocolate. Right, because it's Cremio. Duh. I don't know why I thought it was peanut. Sorry, man. I hope you don't have a peanut allergy. He's happy, actually. He's actually really happy. I guess he liked peanuts. Okay, and this guy's the last order. Yay. Okay. And now peanut. And now chocolate. And now a single banana on top. Jojo, you like it? You like it? You like it? Perfect! Dude, I'm the greatest. Don't pay attention to that noise. Damn it. 97. It was all because of the peanuts. My bad. My bad. Okay, I have enough money. Holy shit! Supersizer. That's not like a good thing. Oh, dude, I can win this. I just have to get good. I just have to get good. Denim. Denim jeans, okay. I could put that on to make you look even more homeless. Fuck, I missed one. Vase of roses. 14. Two-tone pullover. Cool. Fuck. I think I got it. Okay, I got it. Chocolate gumball? Ew. Chocolate gum sounds nasty. You. I got him. Lime stripe wall. Cool. I want the big boy prizes. I want the big boy prizes. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. I got it. Flat cap. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, it's lagging. Oh, it's lagging. It was lagging. I don't know. That was weird. Valentine's poster. That's good. Okay. 14 baddies. Fuck, it's lagging. I think I got enough. Okay. I don't like how it's lagging like that. 21. Okay. I have to lock in. Lag! Lag, 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 lag. Dude! I could have gotten so much more, but it keeps lagging. That's so weird. I don't know why it's doing that. Oh my god. Oh my god. How am I supposed to hit all these? Oh my god, the lag! The lag, dude! What the fuck? It's the same one. Dude, you guys have no idea how bad it is. I'm not even... What the fuck? This game's screwing me over so goddamn hard. Do I really have to turn down the settings to make it not do that? I don't really care. It's just annoying. The lime green walls look so good. And I'm just gonna... Beautiful. Oh, okay. I see. Can I put the... Oh my god, okay. The base is just one massive thing. Everything I have is placed down. It's beautiful. So yeah, I'm gonna put a little bit of a gap between these. Wait, this matches the... Wait, what holiday is it? Oh, it's Starlight Jubilee. I have 2 Jubilee things. Good enough. Whatever. Okay, I need to purchase. Auto, or maybe that. That seems good. I'll do the auto ice cream. And then if I have enough money next time, I'll do this. I think I'm gonna go until the next paycheck. Actually, it's been 2 hours already. I might not even make it. Starlight Jubilee. Okay. Pomegranate. Mulberry medley. Medley. It's not melody, it's medley. La 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 la. La la la. La 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 la. I earned a blue ribbon for the next 3 days. Customers will get better tips. Hell yes. Okay, 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 okay. Medium. Huge. I fucked that up. Whatever. I was locked in. Okay. Yeah. 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 Medium. Look at it. Oh my god, they have a little flash. A sparkler? A sprinkler? I think it's a sparkler. I forgot the word. It's been like... Why did I look at my wrist to tell the time? I was gonna say it's been like 9 months since 4th of July. This is a customer. I do not give a fuck, honest, if I'm gonna be honest. What do you want? Ooh, they have a recipe. Okay. Let me do this person's. Okay. And then blueberry juice. And then pomegranate juice. It's not really juice. And now wafer, cherry, wafer. Boom. $99. Huge. Oh my god. It like doubled the tips. Okay, I need to get this person's order in medium. Oreo. Whatever. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No. Okay. I have to completely redo it if I click the wrong button. Okay. I'll put this in, start the timer. Take order. Chocolate Creamio. Okay. Do 2. And now, chocolate juice. And coconut. And a single cherry. Yay! Okay. Now the chocolate Creamio is a medium. We're gonna try to do this one by memory. With Creamio and chocolate. that. And now... And then peanut. And chocolate. Then Cremo, cone, Cremo, submit. Oh yeah, I got the recipe. Pink pomegranate. Hold on. Hold on, order. Oh, ad start in like 4 seconds. Okay. Okay, you go in, and then I take order. Medium, blend, chocolate, thingy, spitting, ding, yep. Okay, got it. And take order. Uh-huh, 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 uh-huh. Do the same people order the same thing every time? Okay. Let me get 5 in. Medium. Brownie. Moon. Get that going. Now get number 6 going as well. This is a large. This is a cake. This is a banana. Put that in. And now chocolate cremio is chocolate. Vanilla. Chocolate. With 3 cremios. Like that. Nope, wrong order. Do not do that. Huge. Huge. Alright. Now, chocolate. And, oops. Coconut. And 1 cremio on the corner. Fuck, wait, I just realized what that was. Oh, he's gonna be pissed. He's gonna be pissed at me. Oops. Okay, okay. I fucked this up so bad. Okay, whatever. Everything's fine. Sand, yummy. I love eating sand. And then banana, and cherry, and banana. Beautiful. I thought that was someone calling, but I didn't register. I didn't register that it was this guy until it was too late. I thought that was someone calling me. Okay. Everything's fine. $98. I'm the best. Uh-huh. Cool. I have money. Yep. Money. I have money. Wait, I forgot to do that. Okay. Do I want to play Rico's Chili Works? Once. Oh, it's one of these. Okay. Oh, this seems fine. I can do this. Okay. I can do this. This is gonna get hard quick. I have a feeling. Yay! Lime zigzag floor. Okay. And then that, and that, and then, oh, and then this. And then, I'm having fun with this. Oh. Okay. And then that. And then that. And then... Okay, that was close. That was kind of a confusing one. The caps make it a lot more confusing for me. Oh god, okay. And then this, and then all that, and then this. I think. Okay. That was a lot easier than the other one. Waywards. Welcome back. I'm chillying. I'm playing a minigame. Harvest wall. Okay. Okay. This one's gonna get me. Like this, and then like this, and then that. Okay, we're good. Linen floral shirt. I'm making sure that chili works as we speak. I'm making chili work right now. Cloudberry poster. And then my last ticket. Do this, and then like this, and then this. And then, wait, what? And then this? But then this goes up here, and then this goes over here. I haven't failed this yet, so I'm enjoying this. Okay. New clothes. I want to make myself look homeless. Denim. With... Yeah, and then these shoes. Yeah, these shoes. With the chain? No, the chain makes you look too cool. Yeah, perfect. Oh, and then you. Uh-huh. And then you're gonna wear that to cover up your bald head. With shoes. Ooh. New threads. And this guy's gonna have a chain on him. This guy's gonna be dripped out of his mind. Look at this dude. Look at this dude's swag. Actually, he doesn't need the gloves. Alright, pink pomegranate. +1 ticket? Why would I... This is +2 ticket. This is just that, but worse. Alright. Rope. Like there. This is very cluttered. Meh, meh. I hope you guys heard that. Okay. Yo, dude. I'm gonna make this look disgusting. It's beautiful. Look at how perfect it is. It's green. Oh wait, I forgot, yeah. I forgot you could see their names. Where do I go for that? This is Roberti. This is my main character, and then the server is Comfy. This is actually what he looks like in real life. I've seen it. I keep doing that on accident. Okay. It's still Starlight Jubilee, but I still don't have anything else for the Jubilee. I'm gonna get rid of you. Points. This gives 30 points. I'm gonna get rid of the table and put that in. This gives 60 because it is currently a holiday. But those are the only two things I have for this holiday. How much money do I have? I only have 67. And I really want that special sign. But I could, what I could do, what I could do is shop. I could buy more of this stuff. Like I could buy a small Starlight table. Starry fence. I already have a large table. I don't want to spend all my money. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna go for the fence. And then any posters. That's an expensive ass poster. And then these walls are also too expensive. These floors are too expensive, although I do really like that purple. I think that's nice. And then, a lot of shirts. Wait, oh my god, I need that. I need the party sub belt. Actually, I'm trying to make my guy look as homeless as I can. Those are my favorite colors. Chartreuse. Chartreuse is fire. I just wanted it to look like puke. Wait, oh my god, the jack-o'-lantern mask. Oh my god, you can do so much shit. Wait, I saw that. I like this. I want that. But hold on, where was that? Oh, I think this is just a holiday celebrating, like, all immigrants of any kind. It's cool. Where was that? I think it was after the guppy. Or maybe it is just Chinese. I want this so badly. Oh my god, look at it. Look at this. It's beautiful. I want it. Because it sounds... Whoa, what is this? Cropped leather jacket. Chicken cap. Goalie helmet. How are any of these related? Space helmet? Okay. If I wear... Oh, holiday spirit. I have to get my holiday spirit up. That's fun. Wear shirt, belt, jacket, pants, hat, and shoes to match the current holiday. And glasses to match the holiday. That's cool. I guess I'm gonna wear this because I'm holiday. $100? Oh my god, wait, what's that? That's really funny. Okay, I bought a fence. Wow, fence. Cool. Yay. I'm just gonna put the fence over here and then move that there. And then I'll move this. Whatever. We're good. I'm spending too much money. Or I'm wasting my time. Almond snap cookie. Yay! I like how it's the pizzeria guy. Alright. Take order. Large thing. Yeah. Uh-huh. 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 Okay. Large. Mulberry. Fuck. Whatever. I don't care. Whatever. I don't care. Click all of these. Wait for another customer because I know there will be one. Just gonna fucking called it. Holy shit, I'm the greatest. Okay. Uh-huh, 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 uh-huh. Okay. That hurts my neck. I shouldn't do that. Okay, medium. Blueberry. Strawberry. In there. And then I don't think there will be one for a little bit, so we can just chill. How's your day? Panned. I don't know if you want to go by Panned or go by Corn. I just call you Panned. Does it make more sense to me? Huh? Oh, there's a person at the door. Okay. What do you want, person at door? Medium. Thing. Yep. Uh-huh. I gotta stop nodding my head like that. I was nodding my head very violently, and my head's started to fucking, my head's gonna explode. Okay. White cream. Strawberry liquid. Plum liquid. This thing in there. And then pomegranate. And then, snap cookie, cherry, and snap. $100. That's huge. Alright. Take order. Uh-huh. Okay. 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 That's way too much. I don't have anything mixing, so I'm gonna do 3 medium. And mulberry. And then moon. And put that in slot 1. Turn on the alarms again. Here, medium. Creamio. Strawberry. Put that in. Now do number 2, which is pink. She did, dude. One of everything. Oh my god, she did. Okay. Wrong thing. Cyan liquid. Now sand. And now, wafer, banana, wafer. That's not a fucking whatever. You get an extra banana, I don't care. You think? Here. Perfect. And I'm gonna wait for this because I don't want to risk it. And that's so you don't risk it. Okay, now 2. You have fun. With your extra banana, you had to take care of a couple things. You're fine. I'm just chilling. You missed me leaving to go make a sandwich and coming back and then eating the sandwich. I know. It's a shame that you missed that. Chocolate creamio. Okay. I can work with that. Cyan. White. And now sand. And then snap, cone, snap. Yay. What kind of Sammy? It was Colby Jack, it was honey ham, ketchup, and mayo on honey wheat bread. It's like my sandwich. I eat it like almost every day. Ketchup, I usually don't like ketchup on things. I'm not the biggest fan of ketchup, but ketchup with this sandwich, it just pairs really well. It's really good. I like it a lot. I'm typically not the biggest fan, but I just think it works really well. Medium. I'm not like a ketchup hater. I just don't put it on like anything except for hot dogs and then this specific kind of sandwich. Alright. But it's like so fucking good. Okay, and then peanut. And chocolate. And then snap, cone, Cremo. Yay! Alright. My Cremio is done. It's chocolate. Vanilla. And chocolate. With 3 Cremios. Huge. Alright, and now white. Cyan. Rainbow. And then cone, cherry, cone. Perfect. Huge. $10. Ignore that sound. Oh, dude. Dude. I have to up my topping game. Hell yeah. Mulberry Master. Oh my god. Papa's Raceway? I don't like Papa's Raceway. Fuck off. Okay. Oh, all week. The holiday lasts for the entire week. I see. I see how this works. Okay. I get it now. Ugh. Stretching. Cracking all my bones in my body. Holy shit. Alright. I'm not doing this stupid parade. Shannon. Powsicle. Ugh, Powsicle. Okay. Wear clothes that matches the holiday to boost holiday spirit and earn extra tips. Well, I mean, I'm maxed out on holiday spirit, so that sounds really funny. I'm fucking min-maxing holiday spirit. Okay. Medium. I want to see what this looks like. The bomb pop. Because in real life it just turned into a gross, like, brownish green mush. I know it's gonna happen. Second order. Any second now. See? The very predictable routine. I think I'm gonna go until the end of until I get my next paycheck. And I'm gonna end the stream. Large. Yeah, look. It's still separate in there. Not realistic at all. Which this game is supposed to be super realistic. Oops. Whatever. I don't really care. Now we wait. This is the portion of the game where you just sit here and wait. Alright. Put that in, and now get the new order. They're playing like Mario Bros on the DS. Large. Strawberry. Alright. 1. I do you. I do you. I do rainbow. Now I do cherry on the side, banana on the side. Perfect. Hell yes. $10. Huge. Let me get your order. Okay. Very holiday. And now 2. It is white. This probably isn't a very interesting stream game. But I'm enjoying myself. Especially because I didn't have to pay for this game. Someone else bought it for me. But I do owe them a favor that I haven't done, so... Alright. Yeah, okay. Send that shit. Alright. And now... I need to do 4. Medium. Mulberry. Ring, ring, ring. Send that. What do you want? Creamio. It's always in the same order as well. Wait, Creamio is always 5th. Okay. And now plum. And now cherry, cherry, cherry. If that's not perfect, I don't know what is. I know it's perfect. Huge. Alright. Chocolate Creamio. That's a medium. Ads. That sucks. For everyone but me. Because I get money from it. I'm not gonna take the order. I'm gonna wait for this. Okay, now order. Grammy. Grammy. I hate this ugly ass eggplant guys. They freak me out. Okay, 4. Okay, this isn't gonna be 100. That sucks. Okay, whatever. Pomegranate. This looks so fucking good, by the way. Look at this shit. Dude, that looks so good. I want that. Yeah, I kind of messed it up by the dribble, but that would have been perfect. If I hadn't dribbled all over. Alright. Send this shit. Hello. I hope you didn't get caught in the ads. Cause the ads, like, just went off. I'm playing, Papa's Freezeria Deluxe. This game is so peak. Oh yeah, you were here in the beginning, I forgot. Welcome back. Alright. Now it's chocolate. And then vanilla. I don't think it's actually vanilla, but whatever. And then chocolate. And then Creamio, Creamio, Creamio. Oh, there's the ad. Yeah. Hell yeah. Fedora! I got a fedora. That's so fucking huge. Master special recipe by rating 5 stars. I got a fucking fedora, dude. That's so freaking awesome. Look at this guy scrolling on his Windows phone. Why does he have a Windows phone? Okay. White. Strawberry. Coconut. Rainbow. And now eggplant guy. Cherry. Eggplant guy. Ads should be over any second now. 99! Oh no, I misplaced the eggplant guy by 1 fucking pixel. Erg. Okay, hi. Sorry, I'm raging. Wow, 99. Not enough. Alright. Oh, I'm so close. Okay. Breakfast. This one's really hard. I'll use 5. Candy stripe wall. I'm assuming that's for Christmas. I really want to shoot the dog. Short plaid shirt. Short plaid shirt. Bell Tower Ghost. Okay, I don't know how that hit. Show. I don't know what happens. I'm assuming the dog dies. Can I shoot the cat, though? Oh, right. Are you... Fuck, I don't remember what that game is called. It's the VR game made by the guy who made Boneworks. Duck Season. Okay, yeah. Right. I was just blanking on their name. Alright. Dude, look at the fedora. Look at the fedora. I got the fedora. Dude, fedora. Okay. Did I get anything for... Ooh, I did. Alright. And now, did I get anything else? I like that wall pattern. Big fan of that wall pattern. I don't have any other flooring, though. I'm just gonna put it on the... Oh, no. I'll keep it like that, and I'll put... Yeah, and then... I'll match this like that, maybe. Or maybe like this? Yeah. Okay, this is good. Boneworks or Duck Season both have interesting stories, and then there's Bone Lab. I don't really remember what Bone Lab is, to be honest. Bone Lab... I don't really remember. I already forgot. I know, I was pretty big into those games. I never played them, but I watched a lot of stuff about them in, on, like, YouTube and stuff. I watched a lot about it. All about those games, and they looked really fun. Alright. Mesa. Rocket Whip. Sometimes I'll just look at my Sicka monitor on OBS and then play on that, even though it's really small and I can barely see what's going on. Sometimes I'll just instinctively look over and then start playing through the OBS. Good, because it brought it to Quest. Oh, right. Okay. The fuck is the Rocket Cream? I haven't played any of them. I do have a Quest 2. I do have a Quest 2. I just don't have the money to buy games for a fucking Quest 2. I really like how you can tell. They didn't change any of the assets for, like, when they're sitting in line. There's, like, people using Windows phones and DS's and PSPs. And it's really funny. They just did not change those. Okay. Large. But on launch day. Okay. That's cool. Oh, no, wrong thing. I also can't really do VR that much because, I can't wear my glasses inside of my VR headset because they're too big. And also, I'm kind of prone to, like, the motion sickness that it causes. A little bit, not that bad. But it's mainly the glasses. Not being able to wear my glasses with screens that close. I have to stop playing after, like, 20, 30 minutes. I just have to, it has to be done. I cannot play anymore. Nearsighted. Yeah, my eyesight's so fucking bad. I was thinking about getting prescription lenses for the Quest, but it's a Quest 2 and I don't really want to spend, like, 50 to 80 bucks, which is the price range that I saw. I don't want to spend that much on getting lenses for the Quest 2. I know that I could... Hold on. This is it? Okay, this is a very simple order. I know that I could, and then use my PC with Streamlink, which is probably what I'm gonna do once I get my new PC. But I think, I don't know. Hold on. I think that if I got inserts for the Quest 2, they'd work if I bought a Quest 3S, I think. Like the cheaper model, because that uses the same screens as the Quest 2. So I think they'd fit. But honestly, there's no really point in doing that, because it has the same screens anyways. If I'm going to be using Steam Link, then it doesn't really matter. So I might just end up doing that. Might just end up biting the bullet, but not anytime soon at the very least. Because I just spent $600 on the new PC, which isn't a lot for a new PC, but it's a lot of money for me in my current situation. Half of that actually came from my sister who married to a rich family. So, we don't really have the, I don't really have the financial stability to do that, unfortunately. I'd love to, but I'll probably end up doing it eventually. Okay, that's why you wait. Oh, dude, so fucking close. Alright. No orders, and actually there's an order in. And it's gonna be a Creamio, because this game's fucking predictable. Let me just work on this rocket cream. Chocolate. This order. Peanut. And then snap, cone, and that. Ship it. Have I read the three-body problem? No, unfortunately not. It does seem really good. I haven't really read in a while, actually. Unfortunately, I do want to read more. It's just that I want to own my books, and books are expensive. Okay. I'm just gonna do the Creamio now. I know of the three-body problem. I haven't read the books, but I know of them. I know, like, the general premise. I think I've seen a couple videos on them, but I don't really remember that much. But I haven't read it fully, unfortunately. I do want to. Whatever, I don't even freaking care. Actually, I do. I actually care a lot. Mulberry. Okay, and then you white plum, and then 3 cherries. Cherry, cherry, cherry. Finish the show, plan on reading it. I should watch the show. I watched, the first John Wick movie for the first time last night, and It was good. It was very solid. Very good movie. It's not like a I've seen better. It's not like a masterpiece. But it's a very solid movie. I'd say like 8 or 8.5 out of 10. I was surprised by how video gamey the action was. Like, it's strangely video gamey. Star customer. Ooh, hell yeah. In a good way. Like, I really haven't seen that many action movies, but a lot of the action it seemed out of, like, if you were playing like a GTA character, which it did come out in 2014. Yeah, I think I've heard something similar to that before. Like, I know in, like, John Wick 4 or something, the creator of John Wick takes a lot of inspiration from different video games. I know there's a shot in John Wick 3 or 4 that takes heavy inspiration from Hotline Miami, where it's like a top-down perspective of John Wick killing a bunch of people in a manor, and it looks fucking rad. But they take a lot of inspiration from video games. And it's a really good, it's really good. I love it. It's very fun. Yeah, it does. I remember seeing that. Oh my god, this is fucking skee-ball. Huge. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, I see. Golden tile. I'll spend 5 here. What does getting the numbers even do? Well, okay. Boo. I want to get to 5. That is not good. What does the numbers do? Oh, that's... Okay. Wow, you're first! Awesome! I think you were first and you just didn't claim it. That's really funny, though. Yeah, I was confused why no one claimed first. Autumn tree. Ooh, okay. I wasted 2 tickets getting that. Is this good? 140% points. That does actually seem really good. But I'm gonna stay with the Creamio because I want the tickets. Do I have anything else that is Jubilee themed? I have new shoes that are Jubilee themed, but I already had shoes that were Jubilee themed. I keep doing that. I keep clicking the wrong button. Alright. Awesome. Ooh, golden tile. Yeah, this is better. Alright. Don't think I've played Freezeria, but I've played a few of the others. I didn't read what that said. I was more of a Wingeria person. I always did Wingeria if I were playing these games, which I typically didn't really. I wasn't that much of a player of these games, but if I did play the game, I did a lot of Wingeria. I did some Pizzeria too. I never really did Freezeria, but Freezeria is awesome, so I'm enjoying myself a lot. Ooh, there's like stars now. Okay. Large. Strawberry. If I can't fall asleep tonight, I'll probably end up watching John Wick 2. whatever. Good enough. Chocolate Creamio. Awesome. Star customer as well. Medium. Creamio. And then chocolate. And now we wait. Started at 9 and it ended just a bit ago. Oh yeah, what were you even doing? You just said you were gonna leave. I'm assuming it's probably like D&D or something, because I know you guys play D&D. All you fuckers play D&D all the time. I would, but I don't have friends that are up to that. And also, I'm way too anxious for something like that, especially if they're not very, very close to me already. And I don't think I have enough people that are that close to me to do that with. I don't think I would get enough people willing to do that. I don't even think, hold on. I don't think I have enough friends to be able to do that. Okay, now. Plum juice. Sugar plums, did you know sugar plums aren't even plums? I think they're just like balls of rock hard sugar. Or something like, I don't remember specifically what they were, but they're pretty much that. Oh. Well, I forgot to set the alarms. Shit. Oh, fuck. That guy's gonna be pissed at me. I forgot to set the alarms. Well. This guy will be happy with me, so I don't care. Oh, and he's a valued customer as well. I just screwed over a valued customer. Oops. Alright. I mean, I might as well make his now. Not dilly-dally. And now... You've GM'd single-person games? GM? I think you meant DM, right? Or like Grandmaster, like you're playing fucking chess. They're gonna be upset at me. Oh, they're still fine. Okay, everything's fine. They didn't tip me that much, but Game Master. Non-D&D RPG. That makes sense, yeah. I figured it probably meant Game Master. I was just taking the piss. That's cool. Alright, that's 3. Now we got 4. What do you want? Medium. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I'm writing this down. Yep. Uh-huh. Yep. Yep. Okay. Edna always orders the exact same thing, and I think that's funny. Free League is better if you're newer. Yeah. The most I know about fucking, the most I know about D&D is Legend of Evantris clips on YouTube. I mean, I haven't watched D20. I have Dropout. I love Dropout. I haven't watched D20. I know of Critical Role. I like a lot of the people that are on Critical Role from other stuff, but I haven't really watched Critical Role or anything. Okay, There's 3. I'm juggling a lot of things right now. I do want to get into D&D. It looks really fun, but like proper D&D, like by the book D&D, doesn't interest me that much, at least from a viewer perspective. I did watch halfway through one of the Legend of Evantress Yuletide one-shots, and those aren't really... Holy shit, 23? Okay. Those aren't, like, proper by the book D&D or anything. Medium. Cake. I don't think it's by the book D&D, at least. It's more like complicated roleplay, but not actually D&D. I know Legend of Evantress actually does D&D. I'm pretty sure. It's just that one, the one that I watched, didn't do it. Fuck. My mouse bugged and it didn't move properly. Campaign I'm in is almost entirely custom content. That's awesome. I don't watch D&D videos either. I mean, I watch the Evantress YouTube shorts because they're fucking hilarious. If I were to get into D&D, I would get into it with Legends of Evantress. I probably will. I want to stream, I'm working on doing the Hypixel Anniversary Bingo, and I want to stream that. Because I think it'd be fun. Alarm, 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 alarm. Alright. Chocolate. And then chocolate. And then chocolate, very chocolatey. With snap on the right and cherry in the middle. Usually willing to do try runs with Free League. I don't know what Free League is. Does Free League just mean 100% topping score on 20 orders? Hell yeah. Does Free League just mean like not by the books D&D? Or is it a specific thing? Yay! I'm rank 9, the Star Sprinkler. Alright, what is this? Slider escape. I don't think I did this one. Oh. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Do I have, like, a time limit or anything? Or can I just fail easily? Oh, I think I can just fail easily. So if I do that, or that, or that. Yeah, I think you can just fail easily. Similar stuff to D&D, but it's by a different company named Free League. Okay. What is that? Cracker. I'm assuming it breaks after hitting it once. Oh, it hits after breaking it twice. Okay. Interesting. I want a blue flag. What the fuck is this? Okay. And then this. And then over here, and then up here, and then over here, and then down here. And then up here, up here, up here. Trapper hat. Ad starting in like a minute. That sucks. If I do that, I try myself. I think do here, 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 down to here, then up here, and then over here, up here, over there. Gaming. Mutant Year Zero? I've heard of that. Is it on Steam? Let me look. Hold on. Mutant Year 0. Road to Eden. Tactical game, turn-based combat of XCOM with story, explanation, stealth, and strategy. Created by a team including former Hitman leads and the designer of Payday. It's added to my wish list. There's a demo. I could try the demo. This looks cool. I'm not that big of a fan of turn-based combat, but also I haven't really played that many turn-based combat games. That looks cool. Based off of something Free League made? Oh, cool. I know there's a couple Critical Role. I know there's the Critical Role show that's like really popular. There's actually a lot of stuff based on D&D campaigns, and I think it's really cool. I like the love that D&D is getting. So I think D&D is awesome. I haven't played it, and I don't really watch it, but I just think that it's really cool. Okay. Roberto timing. Shit. So if I do this... Okay, so if I do this, I think I'm stuck. So you don't go that way. So you have to go this way, down over this direction, and then up here, then here, and 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 then here. Okay, I see. This is why you go in here, and here, and here, and here, and here. That's why. There's the ad you can hear now, though. Hello. I'm just gonna say and here, and here, and here, and here, and here a bunch. You don't go this way, so over here. And then you're stuck, I think. So you have to go this way? Oh, hold on. Up, over, then down here. What? Oh. Up, then over to there, then go down this way, up here, 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 here. Okay, yeah. I know what I'm doing. In this direction, and this way, and then like this, and then... Gaming out of my mind. The ad is over. Welcome back. Okay. So here, then down, up, like this. But then you couldn't go. No. Over, down, or over, up, this way, then this, then this, then this, and this. Okay. I think it's all misdirection. You just do this. Fur-lined puffer jacket. Okay, new clothes. Alright. I'm excited to look homeless again. It's a really funny thing to say. Wait, Wait, does it give me extra points if I make this guy festive as well? Okay, this is just the get up now. I think, yes, this is holiday, and this is holiday. This is gonna be a juicy last round, because it's the payday, I just made my server wear all the clothes. There's a bunch more Jubilee stuff. This is gonna be awesome. Payday! After this, the stream ends, by the way. Just unlock all Starlight Jubilee toppings. I didn't see what that was. Cherry bomb topping. Cool. One thing about Free League is that you buy a physical book, you get a digital PNG. Or PDF, I assume. Cupcake. Cool. Okay, and medium. Mulberry. Mulberry. And then cupcake. Interesting. Cupcake juice. Chunky. Fuck. Okay, I didn't realize that. Okay, so I'm gonna have to watch this. Ding ding. Sure. This is gonna take too long. This is gonna take too long. This is gonna take too long. This is taking too long. Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. Okay, no, it's fine. I'm just scared. Okay. That is chunky, and now I do medium. With mulberry. And moon. Script that shit into a cup. And now strawberry and this with pomegranate and stars and berry, cherry, berry, and send. If it wasn't for that little dribble, that would have been perfect. Forgot you had emotes. Yes, I do have emotes. I am an affiliate. I do have emotes. Alright. And now, white cream. And then stars. And then snap, cone, snap. Huge. I've actually had affiliate longer than, I think, all of the other people who are streaming right now. Even if you don't include me getting affiliate on my alt account long before I even made this account. If you just consider this account, I think I got affiliate before all of them. But also, I do not stream consistently, so it doesn't even matter. I've actually streamed more in the past little bit than I have, like, ever in my life. Shit! I wasn't paying attention to what this was. Whatever. Okay. It would be a lot more of a juicer if I didn't fuck shit up all the goddamn time. Okay, well, it's just that. Not that big of a deal. Because I can do everything else correctly. And they're gonna have to fucking live with it. All of who? Like the streamer group, like, Wushi and Daniel in Vegas. And I think Lupa and a couple others. You're gonna have to live with the, white instead of... Thank you. He's still enjoying it. And that's fine by me. Yeah, I get it. I know. Leave me alone. It taunts me every time. Okay, medium. Strawberry. Oops. Whatever, I'm not redoing it. Alright, take order. What? What does that even... Okay. Sure. I'll get that going. Medium. Strawberry banana. Strawberry. And banana. And then 4, which is this, is white. Sugar plum. And then 3 cherries. This is perfect. Oh, this is so perfect. Hold on. Knew it. Biggest Smear, which is live right now. I don't really watch much. I follow a shit ton of people. If anyone raids anyone and I'm actively in their chat, I'll always follow the person they raid. I don't know. It's just a habit. It's good etiquette, I guess. It's Twitch etiquette. But also, I know a lot of people don't do that because you don't follow random people that you don't really know or are going to watch. But I do anyways. Panic. It gives me more options of people to raid, so I don't have to, like, go looking for it. Do that to a lesser extent. Yeah, makes sense. Mandy. Alright, and now... Rocket. Rocket cream. Explosion. Cherry liquid. Stars. Snap in the middle, and also cookie. Oh,
No
okay,
Malama
that scared
raided
me.
with 5 viewers.
Oh! Hi, Nam! I might raid. I was gonna end after this, but I'll probably just switch if people are gonna be. Yeah, speaking of raids, I was literally just talking about raids. That's hilarious. Also, don't mind why I'm a pigeon. Don't ask me, I don't know why. I'm just pigeoning it up, I guess. Oh my god. 98, damn. I'm working at Dairy Queen. A crab today? Okay. That makes me feel better. Llama Raid, thank you! I have not played this one yet, actually. Customer Cravings? Oh, this is a quiz show. Shit, I don't remember. I think it was this. Okay. This is a quiz show. It's a crab VTuber. Earn a prize in each of Foodini's games. Oh, okay. So I've played in all of the games. I don't know this. I think it's this one? Okay. I don't have a VTuber setup. The only reason why I'm a pigeon is because I wanted to test PNG Tuber. And, I don't know why, but I thought a pigeon would be kind of funny. Kingsley. Usually Kingsley does the special. I think Kingsley does that, though. Might be actually really fucking good. Oh, your internet died suddenly? Yeah, I was wondering that. I don't... You weren't live, really. Hold on. Yeah, usually you stream for a lot longer. Oh. Crap. I think this is this one, and this is this one. Shit! Okay. Chroma key filter on the pigeon background? Oh, no, that's not the background. Hold on. That's supposed to be there. Cam color. Like that. Oh, and then there's a stock photo behind it. And then that. That's it. Probably an hour. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think you were live before I went live. Because I would have known. But the cam color is like that because you can pick the background color, and you can also do a random. I'll do a random right now. Is the random gonna work? Or no? The random should work. I haven't tested it in a while, but it should. Random background color. Oh, it doesn't, because I changed the name. No? Oh, yeah, because I changed the name of it since the last time. I changed the name of the source. Okay. Yay, new color. Had your tab up before I started stream. Thank you for lurking. I appreciate it. Crap. I think it's... Ooh, I don't know. I'm gonna get this wrong, I think. Okay, thank goodness. Stream fog. Interesting. I don't know what that is. Oh, it's still the holiday? Okay. When does the holiday end? Belt. I like my belt. Do the stickers do anything, or are they just achievements? I think they're just achievements. This guy's creepy looking. I don't like him. Actually, I do like him a lot. But he is very creepy looking. I don't have anything else to place. Snap. Oh. Snapchat filters. That's cool. Hold on. Have you on 4G because the internet died? Oh, damn. I don't think I have anything higher than 4G, actually. I don't think I have like 5G. Are there any storms nearby? I know you're from like Florida, so... I don't think it's hurricane season, but I know it's tornado season. I've had to hide in my basement multiple times, and I live in Michigan. We like never get anything here. And I've had to go into the basement multiple times for like tornado warnings. Crazy. Alright. Be right back, because I think I'm going to switch games. I think I might just hop on Minecraft. I'd look it up, but you're on my phone. Yeah. That sucks, though. I'm sorry for you. I don't know if... I think you've seen my Be Right Back screen. It's just the slideshow of Maya, the dog. It's beautiful. What was on the list of the games that I wanted to play? Nubbies. I could do Nubbies again. Slime Rancher. Plock. I'm not gonna do Slime Rancher because that's like that's a long thing. Nubbies is a pretty short. Papa's Freezeria. I could just hop on Papa's Freezeria again. And then Plock. I want a dedicated stream for that. I forgot what that was already. Oh yeah, Voices of the Void. I've seen this game. I think last time you talked about it, I think I added it to my wish list on Steam, but if not, uh, is it even on Steam? Not on Steam. Okay. Is it on itch.io or something? Or is it on Epic Games? Okay, it's an itch game. I have a lot of itch games. I've bought a couple bundles, but I've like almost never played any of those games. I forget that I have them. We could do that. I'm gonna play That's Not My Neighbor. That's Not My Neighbor. That sounds familiar. I know Hello Neighbor. I'm assuming it's not like that. Oh, oh. Oh, cool. This looks awesome. I'm adding this to my wish list. That looks really fun. I like that a lot. Okay, I'm opening itch. I haven't played it. I haven't played any itch games in a while. I played a Dance of Fire and Ice on itch. That's such a good game, dude. I love that game. That's my neighbor, and That's Not My Neighbor. It's like Papers, Please, yeah. VOD. Voices of the Void pre-alpha. Oh, is it not out fully? All right. Don't post major spoilers in the comment section. Okay. You have to download 7-zip to open the game. I use 7-zip instead of Renoir anyways, so it's fine. Uh, take me to downloads. Download. Oh my, it's 2 gigs. That's a lot. That's a lot for itch games usually. Atlas is free on itch. Oh no, that's the demo. Okay, the demo is free on itch. It's technically out, but it's in a really good state for a pre-alpha. Hell yeah. Uh, isolate scientists in an isolated research lab in the mountains of Switzerland. Your task is to gather signals from space, analyze them, process them, and sell them to get points. You get regular signals and objects like dwarf planets or stars, or you can get something unusual or even strange and unexplainable. This seems very familiar. Did this game just came out? Did this game just come out or something? Because this sounds very familiar. 1 year ago? The form... Okay. It's been out for a while. This seems extremely familiar. But I don't think it was this game specifically. I think there's a similar game to this that I saw someone play like 3 or 4 years ago, where you get signals from space, and you're like in the middle of a desert, and it seems similar to that. I do have a lot of. Oh my god, I forgot I had Baba Is You. I'm playing Baba Is You. Signal Simulator, maybe. Signal Simulator. I'm just gonna look at this up on Google. Yes, this is the game. Yeah, I know Signal Simulator. I've seen this game before. When did this game come out? 2018. Holy shit. 7 years. 7 years ago? Oh my god. That's insane. But yeah, that's the game that I was thinking of. I have Figment? I didn't know I had Figment. These are all just games that I have downloaded. I have Wander Song. Ooh. I should play Wander Song soon. Lot less complex. Okay. I have a short hike. I have Skatebird. I have Super Hot. I have Baba Is You. I have itch notification that Voices of the Void was installed. I'm not playing it tonight. Um, Hidden Folks is such a fun game. I should play Hidden Folks. Last played 1 year ago. Holy shit. Uh, yeah, I'm just gonna. This is gonna burn my retinas. This game is a black and white game. Uh, I'm just gonna keep the works at Dairy Queen, but I'm gonna change the tag to Hidden Folks. I'm assuming there's a tag for it. Yeah, there is. Did the tag update properly, or is it just being stupid? Yeah, it did. Okay. Just wait for the noises to kick in. Let me turn up the volume. All of the noises and music in this game is just some guy doing all the voices. And it's a you have to find everything. It's like a Where's Waldo type game. And all of the noises are just one guy making noise. Oh yeah, I was stuck in this level for a while, so I just need to find one bush. Because it's... Wants to use radio waves to communicate with other plants. I love this game. Radio waves to communicate with other plants. It found a sneaky way. I think... There's a lot of stuff in this game that are interactable. Most things in this game. Oh yeah, if you click on stuff, it makes the noise. Ooh, I found mail. I already got, the ghost mail. The ghost. Oh. I love this game. Oh my god, I fucking love this game. I know, I was looking behind all of these, because I think a couple of them, like, fall off the building when you click on them. I don't know what else it would mean by uses radio waves to communicate with other plants. I know I spent, like, hours trying to find this, and I couldn't. This is probably me being stupid. Maybe up here? You probably have seen this game. I've seen this game a couple times in other places. I've seen people talk about them. I feel like it's on the top of a building, like where these are. It could also be... I was thinking this, because all the antennas, but... Alright. Um... There's not really much to say other than... Meep meep. Looking for this stupid plant. Wants to use radio waves to communicate with other plants. It found a sneaky way. This actually might be a lot easier Because last time I played this, I was still using my crappy old monitor. This is like double the resolution, so it should be easier to find it, right? I hope. The bird noises, dude. Yeah. Sneaky way. It's gotta just be hidden behind one of these, right? But also, that's where I looked like a bajillion times before. This game's awesome. Is that it? That looks like it's it back there. I could just move on, but I don't want to. Oh, you're gonna go. See ya. I guess we'll just do do this all by myself. The party bus. Oh, there's the ad. Okay. The squirrel there. Radio waves. I mean, that's satellite. That's not really radio waves. It's gotta be like right next to a radio or something. There's like people dancing here. There's radios there. Pew pew. Maybe it is by the party bus. Is there anywhere else where there's a radio? These people are dancing. But it doesn't seem like there's a radio nearby. They're just dancing for fun. Welcome back. I think this is like a rave going on. I mean, there's a bunch of speakers. It's just gonna be, I'm just gonna open one of these, and it's gonna be in here. Are you hearing these noises, dude? Oh my god. Oh, I think it's this guy. Radio waves. Where's the radio? Oh my god. What? What? Oh my god, wait. That's actually really funny. It's going up into the... How did I not notice that? The plants are just going up into the satellite. there's so many noises. I didn't even know that was a thing. You can take the manholes covers off. Okay, I discovered everything in this. Take a bus there. Ooh, new map. Hold on. Menu. I did the forest, and then the dry lands, and now I'm on the city. Hold on, how much more is there? After the city, there's snow, and then on tour, and then beach, and then factory. There's a lot of this game left. Alright, we're back. Into a new... This is a lot smaller, and I'm very happy about it. Real businessman stays up to date, folks. I mean, this is... News truck. Folk movie. This is... like one of these guys next to the... Yeah. Station. Alright. This guy. I just saw that guy really angry at the machine. Wait. Oh, that's really funny. They're just stomping on it. Oh, see ya. And this guy's like a bad day for this beggar. People have stopped using her metro entrance. Hold on, where's the metro entrance? Here? That's the bus. Metro entrance here. People are using that metro entrance though. And people are also using that. Oh, I didn't even mean to get that guy. Giorgio. Giorgio is leaving. No, he isn't. Yes, he is. No, he isn't. Yes, he is. No, he isn't. He's just going back and forth through the metro. That's hilarious. Oh, here's the metro that no one uses. Bling. Bling. Don't be afraid to be famous on TV. They always have an extra pair of sunglasses for you. Is there like a news truck or something? Oh. Oh, that's cool. I can open all these windows. Ooh, Chef Gordon. I didn't even mean to find that.
Hello?
Tonight on your favorite FTV channel, Channel 2, Chef Gordon. Oh, okay. I keep finding things. Also, I'm 100%ing this game, which is why it's taking so long. This toolbox is so heavy the builders can't carry it up any further? That's hilarious. Alright. Oh, sunglasses. Found it. Alright. Someone left their sexy sacks in the cargo hold. Where's the cargo hold? I don't like how those tires are waving around like that. Honestly, I already forgot what a cargo hold is. Isn't that fucking... Hold on. Oh. Oh, there it is. Bing. Someone has been waiting for more than 2.5 hours to cross the street. Can't the bus drivers see the pedestrian crossing? It's gonna be like one of these. It's gonna be one of these that the bus drivers actually drive through. Oh, right. Is it you? Where's someone? Where is the crossing that this person is at? Can't the bus driver see this is a pedestrian crossing? There's a couple pedestrian crossings, but I don't see that person at them. Hold on, I'm searching, I'm looking, I'm searching. You. It's you. It's you. What do you mean? Hello. What do I need to do to be able to... You're you, but that's you, that's you. Do I need to, like, cause something that makes the traffic stop? Oh, yeah, I do. Okay. Hello. That's cool. Trying to fix your internet. Oh, you're fine. I'm playing I'm playing Hidden Folk right now. This game's awesome. Forgot his stuff at the bus stop, but no worries. He's got a round-trip ticket, and he's on his way back to it. He's gonna be in one of the buses that are driving around, isn't he? Yeah, I keep opening and closing stuff. He's not in any of these. Lots of stuff at the bus stop. I'm assuming this is the stuff he lost. But he's got a round-trip ticket. And he's on his way back. I feel like he's gotta be in one of the buses, right? Or maybe he's just at a different bus stop. Or maybe he just got on that bus stop. One. He's gotta be waiting at a bus stop somewhere. There he is. Oh, I think he keeps getting picked up. He keeps getting picked up and put back, and then picked up and then put somewhere else. That's really funny. And then, it's unbelievable what people do with their trash if the container is full. Is that a piranha plant? Why is there a piranha plant? What is the screenshot button for itch? I don't even know if there is one. 4, F4, F5, F6, F7, F8, F9, F10, 11, 1. I don't know. Look at this guy. Why is there a piranha plant there? Okay, garbage. Unbelievable what people do with their garbage when the container is full. I mean, there's garbage here. Oh, it's in the fucking manhole cover. Alright. We've entered the... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. 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 Dude. 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 Dude! Oh, oh, oh my god. Oh my god. What the f- What am I supposed to do here? What am I... what the fuck? What am I supposed to do here? Dude. Dude. What? 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 What do I do? I found Cable Man. Cable Man is messing with a lot of TV signals right now. Okay. This is insane.
Whoa.
Counting money and need some fresh air. This is the bank. It's gotta be in a guy in the bank, right? Look at the guy go down. The window cleaner just hanging out. Is that you? Are you? What is this? I don't know what that is. He's gotta be in the bank, right? Oh, the boss! I found the boss. The boss does some high-level thinking on her high-profile job at this top-level company. Literally, top level. Okay,
Whoa.
whoa. Tired of counting money. Oh, right. Need some fresh air.
Whoa.
He's just hanging out on the balcony. Okay. There's just people working out. Wait, is this... This is fucking insane, by the way. How the fucking hell do you even do this? How do you... I can't even comprehend the scale of this. Charles Baudelaire? I don't know. I don't know words. It appreciates art for the knowledge and understanding of the universal and timeless qualities that identify all of humans' greatest experiences. And he appreciates art. Is there a... That's FTV, there's some hotels, there's a market, there's a shop, taxi, what are you... They're not shopping. What are you doing? Hotel folks, rent-a-folk? I don't like the implications of that. Oh my god, look at all the commuters. This is an insane... This is actually mind-boggling. Appreciates art. That makes me think that there's gonna be like a museum somewhere. Oil. Oh. I'm finding things. Car thief. The car thief just parked waiting for his next target. I like this lady who's just has a trolley and shopping on like the sill of a billboard. There's gotta be art somewhere. Burger? There's hotel folks. Why does this guy just fart at me? Why is this guy farting at me? I don't appreciate that. I want to see speedruns of this game. They're just people like click, 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 and we're done. Okay, so a lot of these people gardening here. I'm looking for the art museum or something. These are okay. He's gotta be on like the bottom floor of something. 'Cause he's admiring art. He's like appreciating art. This is like burning my retinas, like I said it would. I mean, this is a TV station. There's probably something with the TV station. Anchor woman, yeah. Public's favorite FTV news anchor. This is kind of crazy. Okay, I'm gonna give up on the guy that's appreciating art, because I don't know where the art would be. You can tell this rock fell from space? Is it gonna be on a building? Is there just gonna be a rock on a random building or something? Tell that this rock fell from space. If I do something, will a rock fall from space or something? Or maybe it's... Oh my god, is that King Kong? Oh no, sorry, it's Kiki Kong. Didn't account for this weather at all. Really picked the wrong day. That's fucking awesome, actually. This game's fucking awesome, man. I love this game so much. Okay. You can really tell this rock fell from space. Like, you think that it's gonna be on the top of a building, right? Right? Am I not wrong? It makes me think that it's gonna be, like, on top of a building or something. But maybe it's not. Maybe it's just playing tricks on me because it hates me. Is that Santa? Why is Santa? Okay, I'm just not gonna judge. I'm not gonna question it. Oh. What did I do? Maybe this is art. Oh my god. Okay. You can put these down to reveal people. Why is there a guy golfing? Oh my god, wait, this is like someone going through therapy.
Oh. Hey.
Alright.
Hello.
I don't know what the rock is.
Whoa.
Melly has a melon party
Wow.
in his hotel room. A melon party is a party with a lot of melons and jazz. Okay, hotel. This is hotel folks. So he's in here with jazz. This guy.
Wow.
Huge. Oh, melons. Melons and jazz. Alright. Scuba diver. Nobody can sort mail like paper diver can sort mail. What a woman, what a job. What does that even mean? Paper diver? They're like a scuba diver, but they dive through fucking mail. Okay, there's a mail truck. Does that mean that the mail is... Wait, you can clear traffic. Hold on. Maybe you probably have to clear traffic for something to happen. I'm clearing traffic, dude. Something's gonna happen if I keep clearing traffic. Or maybe nothing will happen. It's all for nothing. Except for these fun noises. I just realized it's probably too loud. I'll turn it down a little. There. It's just down a little bit. Yeah, that's better. Okay. So here's a mail truck. Where the hell is the post office in this? This guy's playing pool by himself. Where is the other mail? Mail. Mail. Here's the mail truck. Here's the mail place. There you are. Paper diver. Alright. Walter picked the slowest foot traffic line again. Oh. Why is he making those noises? What are these? Are these people in go-karts? I think those people are in go-karts. Pick the slowest foot traffic line again. Ugh. That makes me think that it's one of the people in this massive group that's like being irritated or something. Or maybe like one of these guys waiting. I think it's somewhere along this traffic. Right, there you. Traffic jam is bad for business.
Ew.
For flower stall. Okay, flowers. Stall. You. Yay! Stay here.
Ew.
Shopper Wallet had the bright idea to go shopping today. Okay, there's a lot of shops. Ads. There's a shop here. Maybe it's you. There's a shop. Hold on. There's a lot of shops. There's a shop here. But he's right there, so probably not. I mean, this is the market. The iFolk. I like the iFolk. That's really funny. Oh. Oh. Well, Walid. Okay. Walid. Walid. Bright idea. Oh my god. I just got it. The fucking wordplay. Oh my god. Had the bright idea. Fucking dumbass game. Okay. The slowest foot traffic line again. Slowest foot traffic line. And he's walking around actively. That's a guy walking around. This guy being pissed the fuck off about, with the traffic, with the stroller. That's hilarious. Like, I feel like it's gotta be a part of this group, but I don't think so. I don't really see him. He's gotta be actively walking around. Oh, dude. I spotted that shit. He is just one of the random ass guys in this group. That's so annoying. Okay. For you, if you could zoom in on it, you could say electrician really suffers the consequences of ad blockers. Okay. Electrician. And you're gonna have to move one of the ads. You're gonna have to move one of the ads to find him. Electrician, though. Electrician, though. Electrician. You're gonna have to move one of the ads. But I don't know which ad to move. Because it's electrician. Electrician, Laro M. Really suffers from the consequences of ad blockers. So the ad is blocking him from being found, whoever he is. Wherever he is, he's behind an advertisement. Hidden folks. They see that sign. Okay. Oh. Oh wait, this is... Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's super folk. He's just hidden behind all the birds. Look at him! Wait, is that a fucking angry bird? That's an angry bird. That's fucking Red from Angry Birds. Okay, electrician. Suffering from ad blockers. Oh, this is electrician. But no. I feel like I've moved all of the ads. So I'm not sure where this guy is at. Electrician, though. I think the electrician part is the most important. What? Is that... What? Is that Q-Bird? Why do you have to be so negative all the time? I'm having fun. What do you want from me? Right when I was about to stream, someone raided me. So I'm just enjoying myself, man. What? Why does it matter to you that I stream long? I haven't even been I've only streamed for 4 hours. You haven't been actively watching or anything. Or at least you haven't said anything. I'm looking for an electrician right now that's suffering from ad blockers. Is that the fucking duck hunt dog? There's so many little Easter eggs. I found Q-Bird earlier. There's a piranha plant. There's Red from Angry Birds. Ooh, look at this. Where's the rock from space? And the appreciates art for the knowledge and understanding of the universal and timeless qualities that identify all of humans' greatest experiences. Knowledge and understanding of the universal qualities. So is he admiring, like, the traffic stop or something? Like, I don't know what that means. Turn your computer off? You don't need channel points, man. You can live without them. I know, because I have to live without them, because right now I should be farming channel points in someone's server, in someone's stream, but I can't. Because I'm live. It sucks. But I'm enjoying myself, actually. I'm having a good time. Where the fuck is this fucking electrician? I'm just gonna start moving shit around at random. Because it says, hold on. If you zoom in on it, you could say that electrician Lauro M really suffers from the consequences of ad blockers. Which I took to interpret as one of these ads is blocking something. If you zoom in on it, maybe you have to zoom in on one of the ads or something. Like, look at that ad. Yeah, you need 20k because you're gonna fucking make me naked or something. Fucking creep. I wanna add a channel point that requires like a physical challenge or me to hurt myself in some way. Like, do a shot of lemon juice or like do 15 push-ups or something. I want to do something stupid and fun that will hurt me physically because I think that's really funny. I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to be looking for. You can tell this rock fell from space. Maybe that's because there's a big crater somewhere that I just haven't seen yet. Maybe there's a big crater that I haven't seen yet. That is not the goal. Okay. I'm probably gonna end up getting rid of that take one item of clothing. I don't think anyone has ever used it. That, or I'm gonna make it like 50k. Because I want room for other shit, and I don't think it's... In hindsight, it's not that funny, especially because no one has done it. What is it? Is this just like a copier? It looks like something specific. Oh, this guy just has a bunch of rupees. Maybe in here? I don't know what this would have to do with an electrician, but this is like the only place I haven't looked. Maybe in here? No. I don't know if I've moved these. I think I have. I don't think I've moved this one. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore, man. Look at the cat! The fireplace. You can tell this rock fell from space. You can really tell this rock fell from space. Hold on, I'm gonna look for power lines. Because it's like electricity, because electrician. Maybe it's higher up than I've been looking. What is this? Like a belt. Like a fucking WWE belt or something? Maybe it's this. I don't know if I've moved this one or not. Oh, I so thought that was it. Okay. Electrician. There was already this guy, but that was the, cable man. There's like an electric box here, but that's where Super Folk is, so I don't think the electrician would be there. Maybe like here? Is that a Lego head? Still a Lego head there. There's like these, I guess. I don't know. Is it this guy? No. Electrician. Where? I don't even know where to find an electrician. Is that a... It's a mounted bear head on a wall. Tell this rock fell from space. Cubert was over here, and there's like a UFO. Maybe it's... Maybe it's near Cubert. No, it's not. I don't think anything has been here. But also there isn't an ad over here, so I don't know why it would say. You could tell that this rock fell from space. It means there's gonna be a big crater or something, right? The guy laying down. Maybe he's laying down on the floor, like over, like down here or something. I don't know how that would make sense, but I don't even know anymore. Oh, there's just chickens in this room. What's going on here? I think I recognize it, but I don't know. Electrician. I know Santa's here, but I don't think Santa really does anything of note, unfortunately. There isn't... I didn't see anything over here. Maybe he's like laying down over here. Maybe an ad blocker though. They specifically said something about ad blockers. Ad blockers. I hope. Dude, I need some help with this, man. Because I don't think I'm going to be able to find it. And also there's that rock that fell from space, and I don't know what that means. What does being an electrician have to do with anything? Beep beep. I genuinely think I've looked everywhere. Maybe not. I'm thinking top of roof, but I might be wrong in assuming that it'd be on the top of a roof. I still haven't found the guy that admires art as well.
Tick, 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 tick.
Rock from space? What do you mean? Oh, how the fuck am I supposed to see that? Oh, right, okay. Duh. Yeah, because there's a bunch of craters in the floor. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. It's just a bunch of craters on the floor. I didn't realize what they were. I kept going over to this and I was like, what the hell is that? But I was like, it's probably like a spider web or something. I guess I was wrong in that assumption. I gotta be wrong about the assumption about ad blockers then. Where's the guy that admires art? Where is the art? Is a key. Where is the art for a man with a cane to admire?
Whoa.
He's looking up and all around. The guy moving his head all weird. Guy moving his head all weird. That might actually help. This is art. Maybe. Oh, there's another red from Angry Birds. Maybe he's using like a telescope to look at a billboard or something. It's not me like fishing. I feel like there's probably the guy like looking with binoculars in a building to art, maybe, but he's like looking around all funny in the I wish it would give me at least some hint. I don't think there was anything in this area. Like with these guys. Or like down here. This isn't very entertaining anymore. I have a feeling. So I didn't really think there was anything over here. I don't like how there's literally no hints. Wait, what? Wait, can I turn the street light on and off? Meep meep. Meep meep. I'm confused about Qbert. That guy just farts at me.
Tick 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 tick. Tick 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 tick. Tick 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 tick.
That guy is Walid. Or Walid, I don't know. Noot noot.
Ooh. Ooh.
Maybe it's like a guy appreciating a sign for hidden folks. That wouldn't surprise me. I don't know, I have a feeling it has something to do with this. Let me just see my play. Guy appreciating art.
Tick 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 tick.
Maybe he's admiring the burger.
Tick 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 tick. Tick 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 tick. Tick 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 tick. Hmm. 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 Hmm.
so he makes noises. Electrician, I mean, taxi. Is there like, there's the garage here, maybe? Ah, internet outages are down. Yeah, I'm sorry. I know, like a couple weeks ago, I had my internet out for an entire day, and it was the worst. I treasure my internet way too much. Also, all of my friends are on my, are through the internet.
Oh.
Ooh.
Poo.
Poo. Yeah, this guy groans all the time. Yeah, ads. That makes sense. Yeah. At least you're making... At least you're using your data to good use. Giving me money. Nah, I'm just joking. That's hilarious. I have it like the least I could have it. Twitch just fucking blows now. In a bad way. Where the heck is this electrician? And where the heck is this guy admiring art? Welcome back. I'm playing Hidden Folks. And I'm trying to find
Poo.
an electrician who's suffering from the consequences of ad blockers. And I'm trying to find this guy holding a cane that's appreciating art. And look at the area that I have to search. And then all of this, and then all of this, and then all of this. I found everything else except for these two things. But I have no idea where these two things could be. I could probably find you, because you're a human person. You kind of stick out like a sore thumb in this world. Oh yeah, and all the noises are just a guy using his mouth. That's computer noises. Maybe it's here? Wait, I haven't seen this. Oh, dude. I haven't seen that one. Oh yeah, you're a crab. That might be a crab in the sewers. Hold on. Let me find a manhole. There's glasses in the sewers. There's a burger here. Okay. The electrician was the one that I was hurting my head over. But now I have to find the guy who's... Charles appreciates art for the knowledge and understanding of the universal and timeless qualities that identify all of humans' greatest experiences. And he appreciates art. I don't know what that means. A lot of these have been puns, and a lot of them are like hints to where they could be.
Wow.
Like, Melon Party in his hotel room enjoying jazz is this guy. Jazz, Melon's hotel. Paper Diver Nobody can sort mail like a paper diver can. So that means mail. So this is a mail room. So I looked in the mail room and there they are. How am I supposed to find someone who appreciates art? I don't know where art is on this map. I haven't seen anything that I would say is art except for maybe like there's been a couple billboards like this. And there's also one over here. This one that's like art. But like I don't know. I don't see that guy anywhere near. I was thinking maybe it's a tongue-in-cheek reference because maybe he's admiring like a sign for the game because like a lot of the game is called Hidden Folks. There's like Hidden Folks Mail, Folk Movie with Super Folk, Taxi Folk. There's a bunch of signs that literally just say Hidden Folks.
Meep meep.
So maybe they're like admiring a sign that says Hidden Folks or something, but I'm not sure. I have like no idea where this guy could be. I could try listening out to his noises, but I don't know if that'd work.
Ah.
Because those are the noises he makes. He could be down here with like the ramen. Maybe it means like he's admiring the qualities that identify humans' greatest experiences. Maybe he's like high as hell. I don't know. There's like a flower shop. Maybe he's near the market.
Ticky ticky ticky
I don't
ticky
think he's
ticky.
near the market. Because there's
Tick 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 tick.
Walid is the guy right there. And he's at the market. And they usually try to split them out as much as they can. I'm listening to the sniff. I can listen to noise, the lips smacking as well. There's a bunch of different characters. There's like Hubert. There's the duck hunt dog in one of the windows. There's a bunch of Reds from Angry Birds. They're all just like hidden little Easter eggs. I think this is a Lego minifigure head. The guy's standing up with a cane, admiring art. He could be over here. Because there's this guy, but nothing over here. Actually, no, there's this. Damn. I don't know. Yeah, look. Hold on. The duck hunt dog. I really like the dog. Duck hunt dog. He looks so funny. There's a hidden folk sign here. Maybe he's like admiring this. There's a burger. He could be admiring the burger. I don't know. I feel like he's on street level. Like, my first thought when I saw him was like, maybe he's over here. But I do not see him. There's an easel on the street? Wait, is there? Wait. Did you see something I didn't? There's a kiosk. There's an easel. Is this? Maybe? Hold on. Oh. Oh! He's around here. Here? Oh my god, he's in the building! What the? How are you supposed to find that? He's like half covered. Thank you, Nam. Okay, I'm getting the hell out of this city. Oh, this might be worse. Actually, no, this is probably better. Wait, what? Clear the road from that Wait, I have to clear the roadblock? Oh. Okay. Well, I have to make way for this guy. He's trying so hard to see if he... Thank you so much. I would not have been able to find that. Okay, I have to make a path for this guy. Okay. He can go around those guys, right? Yeah. Oh, there's a guy in the middle of the road. What do I do about that? Oh, he's sleeping. Okay, I honked the horn. Oh. Thank you. Look, it's Kiki Kong! Oh my god. Okay. Can I... Oh, I turned it to gray. I turned it to red. Duck Hunt Dog. Yes, dude. I don't think I showed you Qbert, but I might go back and show you Qbert. Awesome. Oh, is that all it was for this entire thing? Okay. This entire massive area was just like a little mission. Okay. Hold on, I have to go back and show you that Duck Hunt Dog. Oops, wrong one. Or no, Qbert. I love Qbert. Qbert was one of, if not my favorite arcade game. Look. The Qbert and the little spaceship, dude. He's incredible. This Qbert. And he makes little beeps and boops. There's a couple red from Angry Birds, I know. Here's one. Just sitting in a nest. I think there's one down here as well. One of these rooms. Yeah, right there. He does need cubes to jump on. Look at him. He's so beautiful. I want to make the, this Duck Hunt Dog my profile picture. Where is it? Where is it? It's around here somewhere, I know it is. Here it is. Duck Hunt Dog. He's beautiful. Alright, I want to go to the Snowland. That sounds fun. Not really. Ooh. Okay. All the lands usually start off with a smaller group. Woohoo! Polly. Woohoo! Squirrel. Me love tree. Me love pinecone. Yum yum. Oh. Oh, that's cool. Oh, I have to... I'm taking the snow off of the trees. Look at the squirrel eating the pine cones, dude. Okay. Map? Next to the... Hold on. The map to the next area was snowed over. Whoa. Okay. There's little mounds that stuff are in. Stuff is in. Oh, I can kick the snowball. Oh my god. That's so funny. Did you ever play that ski game on Windows where the Yeti guy comes and eats you? I don't think so. I'm not sure. I don't know if I don't think I have. Who is this? This like an... Who are you? Hold on. Map to the next area was snowed over. There it is. Found it. Yes. Oh, dude, is this a scum? Hold on. You're kidding me, right? You're kidding me, right? You're kidding me, right? Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Oh god. This isn't gonna be fun. Wait. Why does it make kissing sounds? They're making out. That's really funny, actually. I like that a lot. Hold on. You can just watch people ski. Ooh. Oh no, there's gonna be stuff in the gondolas. Can I watch someone crash? Oh. These people already crashed. Hold on. They're screaming for help. How do I help them? I don't know how to help you. Well, I guess they're gonna suffer. Hold on, let me just... I want to find the snowball so I can kick it over again. That was hilarious. Can I cause an avalanche? I've got to be able to cause an avalanche. Wait, snowman. Look at him go. Gonda love this. You would Gonda love this game with how many fucking puns there are like that. There's so many puns. Ooh, okay. Little snow cloud. I think I'm supposed to snow on this guy. What is this snow cloud even doing? I don't know. Look at these guys jumping up and down. There's a cave. Oh my god! Oh my god! It's a Yeti! Hold on. Intellectual Yeti likes to stay at home far away from the rest of the world so she can think. Oh, so there's multiple Yetis. Why are there's more than one Yeti? Why is there one? Okay, hold on. Are you the Yeti? Are you the intellectual Yeti? No, you're just a normal Yeti. Where's the intellectual Yeti? Oh. The gondola fell and they're trapped. Chris. Chris just threw his last ski in the fire and prays that someone will find them soon. Oh my god, that's so morbid. There's so much stuff like that. There was a couple, like, in the desert area was crazy. Hold on, who are you? There's a lost hiker just walking around in the forest. Oh, that's a corpse. That's just straight up a corpse. Hold on, where's the intellectual Yeti? It's gonna be like all the way over here or something. There was the normal Yeti. There was a Yeti with a party hat. Who are you? I like... Ah, man, I love this game. This is the Yeti with the party hat. The normal Yeti was over there. Where's this third Yeti? Intellectual Yeti. Far away from the rest of the world. This is far away, but not far away enough. Maybe... I was thinking it was like in this corner. But I don't see anything. Interesting. Maybe it's up here. Yeah, knew it. Intellectual Yeti. Awesome. Hold on. I want to go back to the biggest level in this game, I think, by a lot, was this. I mean, it's taking so long just to scroll around, and this is at max. It's at the max zoom out with a 1440p monitor. Yeti kept... I love the puns. I appreciate the puns. That's all. I don't have any. If I try to say any words, I'm gonna say something bad. I appreciate the puns. On our 8th try, Kala almost made it to the top of the line. Almost. Top of the line? I don't know anything about skiing or snowboarding. Does the line just mean like follow the line? Is it you? No. Where is the line that they were talking about? Is that Santa?
Hey! Whoa!
Whoa! Okay, Carlos is so honored to watch so many... Wait, Carlos is honored so many people came to watch him make a snowfolk. So many people. I know there's like a group. There's like a whole town here. Look at Soka. Follow the leader, leader, leader. Follow the leader. That's awesome. There's like a rock climbing here. Alexa won't even turn off your lights if your internet isn't working. That sucks. I don't think I could ever do Alexa. That's just a personal thing. It seems very convenient. I just put out their fire. Wait, what? I can just make them freeze to death. Perfect. Whoa! Woohoo! Where is hold on. No folk could snow blast such a magnificent snow castle. It seems like it's gonna be over here. Oh, look at the winner. This guy won. Is there not? What does moving these snow clouds do? Oh wait, I moved it right in front. Will this mess up someone? Who are you? You guys just balancing. Hold on. I want to see if this messes up someone if they try to go here. No, it doesn't. Okay. I don't know what that does. If the power goes out when the light is off, then the second the power comes back, the light turns on. Ooh. That seems so annoying. Oh, I didn't even mean to find that. Swiss Army Knife hangs out with the Tool Gang. Sometimes I'm just clicking. Okay, I've been streaming for 5 hours. I think no. This is definitely the longest I've streamed since doing the 12-hour birthday stream a couple years back. This is definitely the longest I've streamed since then. What is this area? Where's this people screaming help? This guy? Oh no, they're over here. Right. Supposed to ignore them. Is there something to do with these axes? Your birthday is on the 26th. Right. I forgot you have April birthday. You can turn the light switch. Oh, okay. You can switch off the light using the light switch. Oh. Oh. Whoa. I can just move around the little bunnies. This is awesome. Wait, but what if I... No. Okay. Oh, I don't think I've even looked over here. Oh, there's Kala. Oh. Wait, is this a thing? They're just strings? I don't think I've ever seen this.
Boom, 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 boom.
Boom, 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 boom. Oh, wait, no, I do think I've seen that. I forgot that that was a thing that, like, exists.
Noot, noot, noot.
Noot, noot, noot. Okay.
Doot, doot.
My... Oh. It's 2 a.m.
Doot.
Alright, I'm ending. If you weren't here, Nom, I'd probably raid you. Hold on, let me check. Who is live? I mean, Vegas is live, but he's probably sleeping. I switched to Vivaldi for my, what? What? I switched to Vivaldi, the browser, so that I can use it. It's a lot less resource intensive, and I wanted to use ad blocker for streams. Is Vegas still awake? It says he's playing Cuphead. Oh, he is still up. Well, he's probably gonna go to bed soon. And he doesn't need my fucking... He doesn't need my followers. Hold on. Block. Banger. Let me check on my mobile device to see who's live. Because the only person that I've rated before that's live is Vegas. Bobby Burm is live. Scootish is live. RR done, yeah. Now, yeah. I'm done now, unfortunately. I could raid Princess Lizzie. Oh, ads are done now, okay. But I'm also done now. Hate typing on mobile. Yeah, same. If I'm usually not that talkative if I'm watching on mobile. I don't want to raid Scootish. He's like 70 viewers. That feels weird. I'm just gonna raid Vegas. Slash raid the... Hold on. Am I on the... Okay. The Vegas experience. Next stream, I don't know what I'm gonna do, honestly. I might play Pock. I might play Papa's Pizzeria. I will probably end up doing, Hypixel. Because I've been doing the bingo. They're doing Hypixel anniversary bingo. I've been doing that. It's fun. First time I've actually actively done that. So I might stream that because it's fun. And then I could do Nubbies, I could do Slime Rancher. I have a lot of games that I can stream, actually. I'm very happy with that. Oh, wait, he's gone. Oh, he's actively going to bed. Whatever. This is better. Okay, I love bingo, though. It's technically, it's knockout bingo. It's not like actual bingo. It's knockout bingo. Or no, it's not knockout. It's what is the full board clear? They call it bingo, but it's really not. But okay, I'm gonna raid now. You guys have fun, and by you guys I mean have fun at Vegas. Bye bye. Okay, I click the button. Okay, now bye VOD.